Alrighty, live in Richmond, Virginia. The energy is absolutely buzzing as we approach one of the most pivotal and critical elections in recent history. Welcome to the Collegian and the Richmond Capital News Service live broadcast election coverage. My name is Gareth Wu.
And my name's Christina Taylor.
And we're here to break down the 2025 Virginia general elections. We're here to bring you every pivotal moment as it unfolds.
This election is one for the history books, as Virginia is set to elect its first female governor. But it's not just about making history. Every seat in the executive branch is up for grabs tonight: governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general. At the same time, all 100 seats of the House of Delegates of Virginia are up for grabs.
With all three offices in contention, tonight's results could shift the balance in power in Richmond and all of Virginia and has implications that extend far beyond state lines.
In our live stream, we'll not only break down key races and provide hourly updates on the race overall, but we'll also break down prior coverage by the Collegian and the Richmond Capital News Service. We'll also hear from new student journalists with their experiences covering the election during the election season for the first time. We'll showcase various clips of events that have happened over the past few weeks, both on and off campus, including rallies and student events here in Richmond.
Before we dive into the first results, let's quickly break down how Virginia's elections work. Virginia holds what's called an off-year election, meaning statewide races like this can happen in odd-numbered years, separate from federal midterms or presidential contests, as we've seen last year. Registered voters could cast ballots early in person by absentee mail and on election day. As we've just seen, the polls have just closed at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, hence we are live now. We'll start to see the results roll in. Early and absentee ballots tend to be counted first, giving us the first hints of tonight's trend, while election day votes come in throughout the evening, potentially shifting the total votes as the results rolls in.
As of November 3rd, over 1.4 million early votes were cast in Virginia. That's over 300,000 votes increase from the last state election, where we saw around 1.1 million votes cast.
So why is tonight so important? Virginia isn't simply electing leaders. Voters are deciding the future direction of key policy, from cost of living to education to reproductive rights, public safety, and LGBTQ+ rights. The governor's race in particular has national attention, as it could signal how voters are feeling about major issues heading into the next midterms coming next year. Beyond that, the lieutenant governor and attorney general races are tight, meaning even small shifts in turnouts could flip control. Later in the night, we'll break down how these races work in more detail as we hear about the relevance of each race, each candidate, and the core issues they're fighting for.
So Virginia is one of only 2 states with gubernatorial elections this year, Gareth. The other's in New Jersey. So national parties are watching it very closely. Tonight's result acts as a bellwether for the 2026 midterms and the political climate heading into the next presidential race. With all 3 top offices open, tonight's results will effectively reset Virginia's leadership and set the policy tone heading into 2026 and beyond.
And that being said, we're currently waiting for the results to roll in. We'll be back live as soon as we have more results. With that being said, see you in a bit. Alrighty.
No pizza this time.
Alrighty, and we're back. Welcome back to the Collegian and Richmond Capital News Service live broadcast election coverage, where we are breaking down the 2025 Virginia general elections.
As we're speaking, the votes are being counted and verified. While some sources are calling races, we're waiting for verification before we declare the results here.
However, here are some races that we can call. Get ready. It's going to be a lot. Let's go. HD 3, 4, 5, 19, 24, 25, 54, 55, 80, 81, 88, 91, 93, and 95.
And 85.
And 85, thank you very much.
Of course.
Those are called for the Democrats. Those seats mostly were ran unopposed, so they were called quite early on in the race. HD 35 is also called for the Republicans. And now to Christina.
For some larger news, we can also say that Virginia has elected its first female governor. We are calling that Abigail Spanberger as the projected winner for the governor's seat, flipping it for the Democratic Party.
Alrighty, you can see more coverage over on the Collegian's website. In the meantime, we'll be back in a few minutes as we break down some of these key races.
See you guys soon.
All right, and we're back with our regularly scheduled content. Currently, I am here with Nick and Liam. Do you guys want to just quickly say hello?
Hello.
Alrighty, so we're back with our regularly scheduled content, so we're just going to break down some of the key races that we just saw. As we know, the governor's race has just been called, so let's just break down some of their policies a little bit. So Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat candidate, wants to push affordability and cost of living relief rather than cultural war emphasis. She also supports protecting reproductive rights and adding abortion rights to the Virginia Constitution. She also emphasizes bipartisanship in competence, and she also is pushing for ending a car tax. On the other hand, we have the Republican candidate, as we saw, who has just lost, Winsome Earl Sears, who was the lieutenant governor. She was running on a conservative agenda, emphasizing cutting taxes, rooting out the wasteful government spending, talking about a common sense agenda. She opposes adding reproductive right protections to the state's constitution. She supports abortion restrictions and has voted against guaranteeing contraception rights for Virginian law. She also focuses on cultural war issues, specifically transgender and gender debates, and leans into a Trump-aligned rhetoric. She also promises to eliminate the car tax. Now over to you, Liam.
Yeah, so for Lieutenant Governor, for the Democrats, we have Ghazala Hashmi. She's a former state senator representing parts of Richmond, who now is campaigning for Lieutenant Governor. Her candidacy is historic. She is the first Muslim and first Indian American nominated for a Virginia statewide office. And on the issues she emphasized being an ambassador for the state, focusing on affordability, education, and fairness. For the Republican side, we have John Reed. He is notably the first openly gay major party nominee for statewide office in Virginia. And in his own words, he sees the role of Lieutenant Governor as an ambassador similar to Hashmi and emphasizes business, jobs, the cost of living, and less so the culture war issues.
Alrighty, thank you very much. And over to the Attorney General race, we have Jason Miyares, who is the current incumbent for this role. He is seeking re-election, and he says that there is split party control. He will still try to find common ground. Part of his key issues he talked about was public safety, gun violence, consumer protection, immigration enforcement, and civil rights. A big thing he also talks about in his campaign is his opponent, Jay Jones. He is the Democratic challenger, and his stated policies and priorities include reducing violent crime, removing illegal guns, consumer protections, and protecting workers and families. We'll talk a little bit more about this, but part of his campaign has been affected by controversy as texts from 2022 surfaced in which he made violent remarks about his political opponents. So as I mentioned, I'm currently here with Liam and Nick. So I would love to hear more about the implications of this election. So Nick, could you break down why is this election so important this time of year?
Yeah, so this election, I think, is particularly important. And what we're seeing in terms of response from the Democratic Party is really the fact that this election and the elections that are happening across the country right now are the first of a string of elections, kind of the first elections that we're seeing in the Trump administration, his second term. Donald Trump has entered his second term in office. Historically speaking, these elections are kind of a litmus test for the administration, seeing where candidates are performing, whether they're performing strong, and voters are often responding to the presidential administration that's in office. So Democrats are really looking to this election as a way to push back against Donald Trump and say, hey, we don't support this agenda that's happening right now. And if they can show that in their performance, that's a really strong showing for them. Whereas Republicans are really looking to bolster what is historically not a favorable trend for the incumbent party in office. Midterm elections and off-year elections historically do not favor the incumbent party in the presidency. So right now, that would mean Republicans are naturally going to perform worse in this election. So should Republicans be able to overturn that, do better than they are or have been expected to perform in this race, they can show that their administration is well liked among voters, and it can kind of be a boon for them when it comes to pursuing further policies down the road and saying that they have that public support. But I think right now what we're really looking at in Virginia, where the race was just called for Abigail Spanberger to be the winner, it is not looking like it's going to be a very favorable night for the Republicans here. So we're really sticking to that trend of Democrats performing well when Republicans are in office on the national level. And I think that it's a really frustrating moment for the Republican Party at the moment in the state of Virginia. We've had the past 2 years where there's been a Republican governor and a Democratic legislature. And what's likely to happen after tonight Abigail Spanberger has been elected governor. Democrats already hold control of the state Senate. Should Democrats hold control of the House of Delegates, which from the looks of the results right now, they are currently favored to do so, Democrats are going to have a trifecta in Virginia government, which for Republicans wanting to push their priorities is going to be a really hard struggle moving forward from here.
So kind of wanted to follow up a little bit on then. So as we know, Glenn Youngkin isn't on the ballot this time. And a lot of the policies and a lot of what the other candidates have been talking about is Glenn Youngkin's policy. So what do you think with the results of the election will entail for his policies now that he's not in office?
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting, especially in terms of where Glenn Youngkin's priorities have been at. Obviously, with the Democratic-controlled legislature, Glenn Youngkin is not his role is kind of this veto power. Notably, in the last session, he vetoed a significant number of bills from the Democrat legislature. So Democrats are not really going to have that kind of stop to them when it comes to pushing their priorities. I think right now what we're looking at is these amendments that are kind of being pushed forth. I'm looking right now at the amendments in regards to redistricting in the state of Virginia that Democrats have recently pursued, echoing what's happening in California with Proposition 50, trying to push back against national efforts of Republican redistricting across the country. And Democrats have an opportunity now in Virginia to push that without a check in the governorship. So should that come to light and Democrats be able to hold the House of Delegates tonight, that's going to be something that's very favorable to them, not for the Republican Party. And when it comes to Youngkin's kind of existing policies, we might see Democrats try to overturn some of those. I'm also thinking right now of Youngkin's efforts that are going to likely cease when it comes to pulling Virginia from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. Also, we're looking at Democrat amendments on abortion, on same-sex marriage that are all kind of now clearing the way towards getting on the ballot in upcoming election years.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. So one pivotal moment about these elections and these races are the debates. And one thing that was really interesting is that the Attorney General debate actually happened here in the University of Richmond. So I know that two of you were actually reporting this. So I would love to hear from you, Liam, first. How was that experience like reporting such a pivotal race here in the university?
I mean, it was like very similar, very scripted. It was basically like whatever Miaris would be asked about, he'd shift to Jay Jones' texts. And whatever Jay Jones would be asked about, he'd shift to Miaris close to Trump. I do think Miaris, at least personally, did a little more. He emphasized it as like a legal office, not a political office, and accusing Jay Jones of wanting to politicize it. Additionally, he was also like being like, but he also tie that back to the text. He'd be like, you would not be able to get hired at any prosecutor's office in the country, let alone running the top one with these texts. Additionally, I do believe Miaris fell for some of Jones's traps, most notably in regards to like Jones was constantly be attacking him for failing to sue Trump, and Miaris would be like, well, I did once, and in regards to, I believe, something involving the Veterans Affairs and Veterans Healthcare. But Jones was basically like, oh yeah, you did 1 out of 50 times. So it was very scripted. There weren't any real major there weren't any major Democrats there at the time. They were really trying to distance themselves from Jones, compared to there were several notable Republicans, but Jones still had more enthusiasm, I believe, there.
So I'm really interested in hearing a little bit more about your experience as well, because this was the first time in a while since a major debate has happened in the University of Richmond campus. And at this point, this is when the scandal was just fresh, and it was the first time, from what I've heard from you guys, it was the first time actually acknowledging it and apologizing for the comments he made. So kind of wanting to hear, how was that experience just coming into the concert hall, just preparing for that? How was that for you as a journalist?
I mean, everyone knew he was going to have to do it. I believe he went first, and Miaris went first, but then when Jones was like, I am, in his opening statement, he was like, I am sorry to Speaker Gilbert, I am sorry to, because he implied wanting his children to die in their mother's arms, among other things, which was messed up. And additionally, like there was some attacks initially in regards to like his criminal record, because apparently he'd been arrested for like driving at like 100 miles an hour, and like Miaris accused him of not like doing the community service, so there was a lot of that. But again, it was just a lot of back and forth in regards to they would turn every single issue into Miaris would turn it all into the text, Jones would turn it all into Trump.
Yeah. Is there anything you would like to add, Nick?
Sure. And I think kind of building off what Liam was saying too, That apology kind of set the tone for that debate. It immediately put Jones on the defense for the rest of that debate. And in terms of going out into the debate stage, you do not want to be the candidate that gets up on stage and has to apologize in your opening statement.
Yeah.
I think that for Jones having to do that, it made it really, really difficult for him moving forward. He knew that he was coming in from behind in that race, especially in that debate. Right now, what we're seeing on election night at this moment as it unfolds is this kind of ripple effect where Abigail Spanberger has won by a pretty significant margin, and it looks like she's going to win by a pretty significant margin. There's no doubt that that scandal really, really hurt Jones's campaign. And what we're looking at moving forward is whether or not that margin of victory at the top of the ticket will pull Jones up out from being underwater, where he has been in polls in the month of October, and to let him win this race. And that's kind of what we're looking at this moment. But Jones really had a hard time coming into this race, coming into that debate especially. He's been playing defense for the rest of this election cycle. Many Democrats have been jumping behind his campaign, supporting him. But it's going to be a really interesting result to see if Jones can overcome that at all tonight.
Yeah, I also find it very interesting how it's like he barely won the primary, so I think he caused a lot of headaches for Democrats. If Shannon Taylor, the Henrico County DA, had won, none of this stuff would have happened. My bad.
Alrighty, so we'll now hand over to our next segment. So in the meantime, do check out the Collegian's website for more details and for more live coverage. Thank you.
My bad about that.
Welcome back to the Collegian and Richmond Capital News Service live broadcast. My name is Grace, and this is Ava. Let's start with calling a key race.
In another historic moment, we can now call that Ghazala Hashmi has won the lieutenant governor race as the first Muslim woman to be elected into statewide office. Be sure to check out the Collegian for further details on this race.
As of this time, Abigail Spanberger is currently speaking live about her historic victory.
And we will be back soon.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the Collegian and Richmond Capital News Service live broadcast. Currently, Democratic incumbent Michael Jones, by a large margin, won the race for the 77th District of the Virginia House of Delegates on Tuesday night, defeating Republican Richard Stonich Jr.
And hi, I'm Lily. And over in HD 80, incumbent Lavere Bowling won her race unopposed. And she was a UR alum studying political science, international studies, and Latin American Iberian studies. Be sure to check out the Collegian website for more information. And now we're turning over to a video to hear voter reactions from the polls.
Hey everybody, I'm Christina for the Collegian here. We're with Representative McClellan.
Hello.
Just to talk a little bit about getting out to vote. So if you want to just take it away.
Yeah, so we have elections every year in Virginia. Every year we say it's the most important election of our lives, but every election is. I voted for the first time when I was a student here at the University of Richmond. I'm not going to tell you what year, but I have voted in every election, volunteered in every election, because your vote is your voice. And in a government by, of, and for the people, government only reflects the perspective and therefore meets the needs of the people who participate.
And now we'll turn it over to our very own Sophie Dulog, who is at Short Pump.
But what's your name?
My name is Michael Bethea.
It's nice to meet you, Michael. What brought you to the polls today?
Just looking at the current climate in the country. Just wanted to make sure I do my part, come out and vote, and just make sure do whatever I can to participate in the process and make the country better for all people, not just for some. I will say I have 2 daughters, so women's rights is a big issue for me as well. I'm not too fond of some of the different tactics utilized against our current citizens, so just want to make sure I did what I could to, make that not be a thing. So.
What's your name?
Farhan Hakeem.
Nice to meet you. And I'm curious why you came out to vote today. What drew you here?
I think we all have a responsibility to vote. I think it's, especially at times like this, it's important to make your voice heard, and I feel like the best way to do that practically is to vote. That's how our country runs. I think, generally just kind of making a stand against what's kind of happening in the more higher up federal administration. Obviously there's time and place where we can vote for that and kind of make a change there, but until then you kind of start from the bottom up, and that kind of happens in the state elections. So pretty much everything's on the ballot this year, I think, whether it's social issues, the government shutdown, all those sorts of things happening right now that are having an impact on people all around us. So a lot of stuff to think about. I don't even think I could list everything.
I'm Nick.
I'm Jimmy.
Nice to meet you guys. What brought you out to the polls today?
I just really wanted some Democratic leadership in the state and local government. I think now, with the administration acting the way it is, we should probably have as little, capitulation as possible, just with the general overreach of everything. So I feel like the Republican candidates this year are more likely to let it happen, and the Democratic candidates are less likely to let it happen.
Yep, I'm pretty much in the same boat. I don't think what's happening in Washington is good, and I think we should do whatever we can around here to stop, prevent the harm.
Hi guys, we're out here in front of Huguenot High School where there's a voting location today in Richmond, and we're just seeing what's going on.
We've been talking to voters to see what's the most important issues on this ballot, and what they hope to see when the morning comes.
Joshua Barnhill, I'm a financial analyst.
Why did you come out and vote today?
I mean, I always vote, ever since I had 18. And I'm not happy about the current situation or, the past decade for that matter, pretty much.
What were some important issues to you, and why did you pick those to vote today?
Affordability is always up there, mainly anti-Trump, because I don't agree. I don't think there is a Republican Party anymore. I feel like there's a Trump Party, and I don't agree with MAGA, and I find they're just to be apprehensible. And so, yeah, I'll always take the opportunity to vote against MAGA. And awesome. I don't care, all Republicans are MAGA under my view right now.
Awesome. Did you vote in the local district elections as well for your representatives,
yep.
of House delegates? Okay.
Yep. I always make sure to vote for everything that I used to, I'll be honest too, I used to actually be a lot more informed on individual candidates, but with the rise of Trump, that doesn't matter to me anymore.
Okay, welcome back, guys. I was the one who threw together that package of the Collegian going out and talking to people at polling places today. And today I'm here with Andrea and Sophie, who are two of my other fellow interviewers. If you guys just want to talk a little bit about what going out and polling today and like how that made you feel. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I went to Short Punt Middle School to go and speak with some voters today. And really, I was surprised at how many people were so open and honest about what brought them to the polls, what issues they thought were really important. I did find that the majority of people that I spoke to were very passionate about voting for Democratic candidates because they believe that under the current administration, this election was a way for them to kind of fight back. And the majority of people that I asked, that was their response. And then a number of people didn't want to respond or felt that that speaking to this was not something that they were interested in. They didn't want to be on camera. And so it was very difficult at first, especially, to get some people to really share what they were talking about and what they were interested in this election.
I'm gonna have to agree with that. We went to Huguenot High School, and similarly, there was like a lot of hesitancy to talk, which I think can say maybe a little bit about like the state of U.S. politics right now. But for the people who did talk, they were very, pretty adamantly Democratic, speaking out that this election meant a lot to them to really fight against Trump and what's happening at the federal level. I did get the opportunity to talk to a Republican candidate on the ballot, Rich Prado, and he was speaking a little bit less about what's happening at the federal level with Trump and a little bit more about the local level and what's happening with crime in his area and stuff that like really affected his community. He's a community member, has very little experience with politics, but wants to fix his community, and like that's where his passion comes from. He's seen crime really affect his community, and I think that's like maybe like where the difference lies between these two groups from what I've been able to hear today.
Yeah, I also wanted to talk a little bit about my experience getting to meet and talk a little bit about voting with Representative McClellan, who's actually an alum of UR. And she was talking to me and the college Dems who were outside of Jepson alumni about voting and the importance of voting. She was actually on the college Dems executive board when she was an alum here, and she was talking about how our campus community has a lot of resources that we can utilize to go out and go vote. I know the CCE was paying for people's Ubers to go vote, or rather reimbursing them. And they had a lot of resources out for people to do same-day voter registration. And I feel like being part of an active campus community with like political beliefs is a really important thing for us to just like be aware of and talk a little bit more about. But if you guys want to add anything else.
Yeah, one thing that I think was really interesting that Andrea touched on was the importance of local elections. And I feel like that was something that was really palpable in the air today, especially when it comes to like hyper-localized issues. I felt that people were speaking, of course, very strongly about, those who were voting for Democratic candidates as kind of seeing this election as a pushback to the Trump administration. But people were also speaking about things locally. I heard a lot about schools and the importance of funding our schools. I heard a lot about roads. And then in the air, yesterday, Andrea and I were at Shorty's Diner, and we saw Governor Youngkin and Winsome Earl Sears, and so we were hearing a lot about being tough on crime and a lot to the hyper-local Richmond area and Virginia area. They spoke a lot about important issues within the Commonwealth. So although I definitely think that this election was marked by some contention in the current administration, I think it was also very important to keep local issues on the ballot as well.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we'll be right back after this. Thank you, guys.
And all right, and we're back with more live coverage as we are breaking some news. As you know, we are covering live on the Collegian's live blog. So for more details, always check out the Collegian's website for more details. But just to give you a quick recap of what's been going on in this past few hours, as we know, Spanberger wins being the first official female governor in Virginia, beating Winsome Earl Sears. We also saw that Hashmi won the lieutenant governor's race, making her the first Muslim woman to hold position in a statewide office. Over in New Jersey, we saw Mikey Sherrill winning the New Jersey governor race, and in the mayoral race in New York, we saw that Zoran Mamdani has won. And in breaking news, we have two big news. First, the Democrats has officially flipped 7 seats. Now, as of, what's the time now? Yes, as of 10 p.m., the Democrats hold 52 seats in the House, meaning that they have retained control of the House. The Republican Party has lost 7 seats, leaving them with 20, and they're 28 currently undecided. And now over to Andrea.
Yes, Jay Jones was also just announced to have won the Attorney General seat. This comes after a very, I gotta say, bitter and long-winded time as he was campaigning. It's been plagued by his text scandal where he texted some pretty violent things, wanting to see another member of the Republican Party killed via gun violence, and that's really allowed his the other candidate to catch up behind him and really close the gap. But still, he was able to pull through the end. For a while, Spanberger had really distanced herself from Jay Jones until really last weekend, where she was holding a rally down in Norfolk with Obama, where she really emphasized that in order to get everything done, people should vote Democrat down the ballot. I mean, the Attorney General is the person who is able to sue the administration, which has been very common now, especially now there's been a lot of hate because we are not currently suing for what's happening over SNAP. So I think it's going to play a pretty pivotal part making sure that Virginia does do stuff when it comes to fighting the Trump administration, which a lot of people I spoke to was a very main priority for them, why they voted Jay Jones, even though his record had been pretty tainted by this.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting that you brought that up because that was a very key point that was brought up in the AG debate that happened here in the University of Richmond. But with Jay Jones's win that we officially are calling, we can say that the 3 main races in the Virginia elections of 2025 has gone to the Democratic Party. We'll talk more about what that entails for Virginia's future in a later section. So in the meantime, we'll see you in a bit.
Okay, so we're back, and I'm here with Blake and Julian to talk a little bit about their races and what's going on around campus. So if you guys want to take it away.
Yeah, of course. I'm Blake. I'm here to call a race for House District 78. And this race has gone to incumbent Betsy Carr. This District 78 has been a Democratic stronghold in the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Kamala Harris won the district by more than 75% in this election.
And I'm Julian Francis. I'm covering District 57 for the House of Delegates. And in this race, Democratic candidate May Navarre defeated Republican candidate David Owen in a 55 to 45% margin. And it's worth noting that the Republican candidate was incumbent and had previously served, and that during the last presidential term, the voters favored Kamala over President Trump.
Okay, awesome. So due to some technical difficulties, we don't have a video of it, but tonight you guys went to an on-campus watch party for the election. Could you talk to me a little bit about your experience as journalists covering something like this for the first time?
Yeah, I'll definitely go first. I think a lot of the people there were clearly very educated. I mean, they were very passionate about what they were trying to do and like the message they were trying to portray. And in the interviews, I felt like I got really good responses about especially what they wanted advocated with these next elected officials. And I think it's really good to have people in college that are educated about this.
Yeah, adding on, I also think it was just a great opportunity as new journalists and being new to this field to just get a sense for what it's like to interview people and engage in such a big event, and just listening to people's perspectives and gaining insight on what they think and like what policies they believe in, and just gaining all of these different perspectives, I think really allowed us to improve and just become more knowledgeable as journalists today and as educated citizens.
Do you guys have anything else you want to add or talk about the event?
I would just say that everyone seemed really supportive, and that was a really good thing. I feel like it's very important, even if politics can sometimes be very divisive. I noticed that everyone there was pretty unified. They were all talking to each other. No one was scared to voice their opinion. I think even with how intense politics can get, especially now, it's really important to, know that you can speak out on, whatever beliefs you have and that you don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, just adding on, I think it's important to, again, respect other people's opinions. And we saw a lot of that today, even though people may have had differing views on who should be elected or who should be appointed. Everyone was still there with the common goal of supporting what they believe in.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for sitting down and talking to me. We'll be back in a few minutes with more.
All right, and we're back with more live Collegian and Richmond Capital News Service coverage. Right now, it's just me and Christina, and we're just going to talk a little bit of some of the on-campus events that happened. I think for the first time in a really long time, we finally saw the college Republicans and college Democrats have a debate on campus.
Yeah.
And I know, Christina, you were in charge of reporting it. Would you like to tell a
Yes.
little bit more about your experiences?
Yeah, totally. I think it was the first time in 4 years that they've hosted the debate. It used to be an annual tradition, but I believe they haven't done it since 2021. So it's good to have that tradition back on campus just to open that space for political discourse and an open conversation. I remember a lot of people, like Dr. Palazzolo was there, who's a political science professor here at UR, and Kate Chasen, the moderator. They were like, tonight's not about politics or policies, tonight's about people. And just making sure that it was like respectful was really important on campus, just because politics today's day and age can be so polarizing. And I feel like it went about as respectfully as it could have. There were moments of little like bits of tension, but it was never yelling at each other. So
Yeah, so what were some of the big topics that were covered during the debate? And yeah.
So they were asked questions about a couple of topics. They were asked about immigration, free speech, gun violence, and abortion. So those were the big hitters of the night. And each team got a couple minutes to present their argument, and then they had cross debate between the two teams to just clarify points or challenge something that the other team had said. So I think that that was also really interesting to see, just because they couldn't start off yelling at each other. They just had to start off like, this is what we feel and why, and this is what we feel and why, and now you can debate.
All right. So one thing I've definitely noticed as like the event went on, that there was a lot of reactions from social media from the students, specifically through Fizz.
Yes.
And as someone who's attending in person, how was the crowd reaction to a lot of the statements and just like the debate in general?
I will say a lot of people did have very visible, audible reactions. There was a lot of gasping or a lot of like chatter. I was sitting in the first row with the rest of the debaters and the press, and there was a lot of people behind me murmuring like, I can't believe he just said that, or I can't believe she just did that, like stuff like that. So it was really interesting to see the reactions of the audience, because you could sort of tell who was there as a member of the college Democrats, who was there as a college Republican, or who was just there for fun.
So what would you say, like an event like this, especially after 4 years, it's come back, what do you think this says, or does it even say anything about the political discourse that's happening on campus? I think especially nowadays with anonymous platforms like Fizz, how do events like this kind of change the dynamics within the University of Richmond?
Well, sure. I feel like they do change the dynamic a little bit significantly, especially under that guise of anonymity. People can say whatever they want and not have any consequences because people don't know who they are. But I can say pretty safely that people probably wouldn't say those things to those debaters in person or just in real life generally, because they can have that attributed to them. And I feel like political discourse on campus during my time here has really improved. I feel like when I got here freshman year, we didn't talk a lot about politics at Richmond, and then the presidential election sort of deterred that, and now I feel like having this open discourse for, again, not about politics, but about people, and just being able to realize that we do have common ground, even though we aren't on the same side of the aisle at all times, is just really important.
Yeah, I think like you hit on a lot of the takeaways. I was kind of curious, were there any other big takeaways from the event from your perspective that you want to share?
I feel like each debater had an area of expertise, and they all sort of took those individually and were allowed to like address each other or just talk about issues that they had faced. Most of the college Democrats had personal anecdotes related to each topic, whereas the college Republicans used more statistics to back up their arguments. And it was just interesting to see the different approaches there. Not that one's better than the other, but they went about it very, very differently, even though they were given the same questions in advance and the same amount of time to prepare.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time,
Of
and
course.
we'll be back with more content.
See you guys soon.
See you guys soon. Alrighty, and we're back with the Collegian and Richmond Capital News Service update. And first, I would like to pass it over to Lena with an update.
Hey, I'm Lena. Jessica Anderson, a Democrat, just won the House of Delegates race in District 71 against Amanda Batten.
Alrighty, so I'd just like to quickly introduce the guests that we have here. These two are first-year students who are reporting a live event for the very first time in the University of Richmond. So I'll hand it over to you guys if you just want to quickly introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Addie. I'm a freshman.
Hi, I'm Lena. I'm also a freshman.
So I'm kind of curious, just like with an event like this, how was it like covering a live political event for the first time?
I really enjoyed it. This isn't an experience that I've had before, and I've definitely learned a lot. I had no idea that pre-writes were a thing, that you kind of planned out what was going to happen and what you're going to write beforehand, so that definitely helped minimize the stress. But it's been really fun helping everybody write their things and seeing what's happened with the elections.
Yeah, it's been a really fun environment this evening and leading up to this evening. And yeah, I've been able to do some fun activities and things related to the election and our coverage. And it's just been a really good experience, a good learning experience.
Kind of like leading up to the elections, kind of what were your feelings about having to cover an event like this, and how do you feel now that we're wrapping up the night soon?
I mean, at first, I was definitely a little bit stressed. I wasn't really sure what to expect coming into this, but now that the night's wrapping up, things have definitely calmed down. I think we've kind of peaked a little bit, and we're just closing up the last couple races here. But this is definitely something that I would do again, and I recommend.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that. I mean, it's been a great experience, and I'm excited for, like, we have 3 years still, so it's really cool.
Yeah, and kind of like touching on what you just said, there are going to be a lot more experiences coming in with like presidential elections, midterm elections. How are you guys feeling about like being able to potentially cover those things in the future and maybe taking charge in those?
I'm super excited. I mean, this race, I had a House district, which is exciting, but not quite the same as a presidential election. So definitely looking forward to having a bigger role in future elections.
If you guys could like leave a message to like, if you guys could leave a message to your future self, like if you picture yourself doing this again, what would you like to say to yourself?
Maybe like you got this. Like, I mean, I know that's basic, but like it can be stressful. I mean, I've seen the seniors getting ready for this, and it's not the easiest thing, but like it's fun, it's exciting, it's good experience, and yeah, like you can do it.
I would tell myself to channel my inner Gareth, let that out. He's the man. He's got it under control. So I definitely hope that for my future self.
All right, you heard it here first. Anyway, thank you very much for coming out here. We'll be back with more coverage and just to chat a little more about different people's perspectives. So thank you so much for sharing yours.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, and we're back with more first-year students covering the elections for the first time. So I'll hand it over to you guys just to quickly introduce yourselves. Yeah.
I'm Julian Francis.
I'm Aaliyah Foster.
I'm Blake Ryan.
So we heard from the two of you earlier, and also so we kind of get a gauge of like what you guys were doing. But I'd love to hear like based on like everything you're doing, just tell us a little bit. What were you doing tonight? How was that process like? So tell us a bit of that story.
Yeah, I can start. So, one thing I did was covering the 57th district, as I mentioned previously, and that process was fun. It involved researching and getting to know all of the candidates that are running and what policies they hope to implement, what sponsors they had, who was contributing to their cause, and overall just becoming more informed about the district and what the people want to see in that overall. And then another responsibility that I had today was interviewing people, and as I mentioned earlier, the recordings unfortunately couldn't be sent out, but it was a fun process getting to interview students and like understand their perspectives and really just see where they're coming from for this election.
I was in charge of doing research on the 65th House District, and it's the same thing Julian said, just doing some research on who my candidates were, what they believe in their policies, and just getting to know a little bit more about not only them, but what they kind of stand for, and, so yeah.
Yeah. I did the House District 78. And like Julian and Aaliyah, I also was able to research a bunch of, the different races going on. And I think for me, it was a really good experience. For me, I know that my race was pretty undisputed from the results that House District 78 has had in the past. It's a very Democratic stronghold. So personally for me, I wasn't expecting any crazy shifts. I also interviewed with Julian, and it was a very good experience. I liked seeing people that were very also passionate about elections and, that had the motivation to be able to report on it and, have a watch party, which is something important so that people, can advocate for what they think is right and also so that people can understand the process of how elections work.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Is this your guys' first time covering an election, or have you had experience working with these kind of things before?
Yeah, personally, this is my first time, so this was a completely new experience, like one being a part of a watch party and then also covering an election. So it was a lot of new experiences today and a lot of new things I was able to take away. But yeah, it was an enjoyable experience, and yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, this was my first time also covering a watch party and covering an election and coming to a watch party. But it was definitely an enjoyable experience getting to not only work on this, but also work with my peers and just learning something new. So yeah. Great experience.
This was my first time. I hadn't really thought of journalism as something that I was going to do. I wanted to be educated in a lot of social justice issues and things like that, but I wasn't really sure about the field. And ever since joining this class, I realized it's, really good. I've published with the Collegian a few times. I always find stories that are interesting for me. I hadn't been exposed to election stories. I hadn't been in a watch party, but the story looked intimidating to me at first. But once I, broke it down and started to get it done, it really actually was a lot of fun. And even if it's a race like a House district, it's still really important to know what's going on in your town, in your county, because those policies can still make up, a big portion of your daily life.
And I'd just also like to add, it's interesting that when we're covering the election, we're looking at a lot of statistics and numbers, but it's interesting how in reality, like, what we're looking at impacts so many people, and the results that happen tonight and all the statistics that we see, like, have such a profound impact on communities and on individuals within those areas. So it's kind of interesting to see that the work that we're covering, it merits real world impact.
Yeah. What would you guys say your biggest learning, what was the biggest thing you learned, or what's your biggest takeaway from tonight?
My biggest takeaway from tonight would be to honestly just be curious. Prior to coming to Richmond and exploring journalism and taking the journalism class, I wasn't as informed as I should have been, and just taking this class and like reading the news every day and discussing with peers on things that have happened in media, learning about it, writing stories, I've just realized that you need to be open and be curious to learn about what's going on and what's happening in the world around you, because that really shapes what happens in your own life. So I would just say try to be as aware as possible and try to learn.
I was going to say the same thing Julian said, honestly.
Yeah.
Just staying informed.
Mhm.
I also did not watch the news as much as I should have been. So as just reading, the New York Times or just simple things, throughout my day, taking the time to just see what's going on has helped and shaped me in so many ways. And it just definitely does make an impact of just knowing what's going on and being aware and being informed. So, yeah.
I would say for me, I think the most important thing is just realizing how much of an impact local elections have. I think people can, go crazy about the presidential election results and think their life is over if one party wins, if one doesn't. But ultimately, those smaller elections, whether it's the governor or delegate seats, they really matter. And for people to show up and vote is very important. I didn't have the most lucky experience, but regardless, I think that it's really important to like show up for whatever town like you're a part of, and so that your life can be dictated by, how the democracy works and who you vote for. I think it's just really important to stay in touch, and also with the news.
Alrighty, thank you so much. And really glad that you guys had this experience and like learned a lot from it. Yeah, so we'll turn back over to more updates soon. And yeah, have a great night, you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, we're back. Addie has some news for us.
I'm here to call House District 75, where Democratic candidate Lindsay Doherty has beat Republican incumbent Carrie Coiner with 52% of the vote. She ran a campaign based on improving education, raising state minimum wage, protecting access to health care, reducing gun violence, and protecting the LGBTQ community.
Awesome. Well, we'll be right back after this with some concluding remarks from our editor-in-chief and managing editor, Andrea and Nick.
All right, and we're back with our last segment of the live stream. We are going to be here with the people that were behind all of this. So let's have them introduce themselves. We have the editor-in-chief, the managing editor, and a city and state editor. If you guys just like to quickly introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm the editor-in-chief.
I'm Andrea. I'm the managing editor.
I'm Christina. I'm our city and state editor.
And I am Gareth. I do multimedia. Alrighty, so I just would like to hear about your experiences kind of leading up to this moment here. You guys have submitted, and like I've been posting stories, doing a live blog and everything. So let's start with just like your experiences in general. How was the planning process like?
Well, I know I worked a lot with Nick and some of the journalism department professors just to orchestrate the entire evening since we had so many writers, both on Collegian staff and not on staff. But overall, I would say it was a really great experience to have, and I'm super thankful to have been orchestrating the entire night.
Yeah, Andrea, so part of all of this is that you attended quite a few rallies, and that was something that we weren't able to show in this live stream, but you were able to like witness some of the events. I'd just like to hear about your experiences, even being able to enter a kitchen and be up close with Winsome Earl Sears and even Glenn Youngkin. So I just want to hear about your experiences.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess that started on, when was this?
Saturday.
We went to go to the Spanberger rally down in Norfolk when she was with Obama, and that was a pretty big event, I would say. It's been really cool to see. She brought on everyone on the ballot basically for like the gubernatorial race, and then Obama came out and spoke to endorse her and everyone else. So it was a pretty big community event. I feel like there was a lot of energy there. And you really, I guess I think the thing I was most surprised about was when she brought out Jay Jones, because she had really been distancing herself from him for quite a while. I was really not expecting him to come out, and wasn't expecting like so much power behind like all of their messaging to vote for him, especially amid his controversies. And then I also got the chance to go this Monday to Shorty's, not too far from campus, where Winsome Earl Sears was holding a kind of more, less of a rally and more of like a connecting with the community.
Like an informal stop almost.
Right.
Yeah.
She was doing this final tour, going to a bunch of stops around, staying for around 45 minutes, and just talking to her constituents, doing a press conference. She went to the back. She flipped some pancakes. She served them up. That was definitely a much smaller event, much more, I would say that while there's a lot of tables, all of them were staffers. Very, very few people who were like there to support her campaign, which you can see the outcome of that now. She lost, and I think you could see her losing momentum earlier on in the week.
Yeah. All right. So kind of touching on what you said earlier, I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts. Now, as the election results are kind of like settling and finalizing, what does this mean for Virginia?
Sure. And I think tonight's results for sure have been, I think it's, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it, really bad for Republicans. We saw kind of across the board in Virginia, Democratic wins in seats that Republicans were expected to win in the House of Delegates. We're also seeing, the majority of Democrats, it's going to be the largest House majority for Democrats in decades. Republicans will be having the lowest number of seats in the House of Delegates since the 1980s in the state of Virginia. It's a major, major loss for that party. Democrats are poised to win 64 seats in the House of Delegates, which is 3 votes shy of a supermajority. I think that has huge implications for Democrats now, who are going to control both the House of Delegates, the Virginia Senate, and the governorship heading into this next year. It's also going to give them that control going into the next General Assembly session and give them huge momentum to pass amendments on not only redistricting that's happening across the country right now, but also amendments that they need to repass through the House of Representatives or the House of Delegates and the Virginia Senate on same-sex marriage rights, abortion rights, and also felon voting rights in the state. So kind of just looking at those Democratic priorities that are now clearing that hurdle to passing because the Republicans aren't really there to oppose it anymore.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of historic firsts with this election. We saw the first female governor being elected, regardless of which party it was going to happen, but we saw one now officially elected. We also saw the first Muslim woman to be elected into a statewide office. And even for the Collegian, there's a lot of firsts. It was the first time we did a live blog of the elections. Even for the Collegian, technically, it's our first time doing a broadcast of the results. So kind of as the people behind this process, I know I learned a lot from this, but I was kind of curious, like, what would your biggest takeaway be from, like, all of this?
I can start. I feel like one of my biggest takeaways from the night was the ability to be flexible. And even though you would think that would like be obvious, it was really interesting to juggle the blog, the broadcast, the written stories, like connecting all the editors with who they're supposed to be writing with, all that sort of stuff. So just on the like logistics side being flexible, but also just the idea that things can change so quickly, like politically.
Yeah.
I think what was also interesting about a lot of those races were that they weren't just like firsts in one way, they were firsts in like different ways. So it's like either way we would have gotten our first female governor, and if we wouldn't have gotten our first Muslim woman, we would have gotten our first openly gay Republican man. And I think like similarly here we had like a lot of us here doing our first like as editors and as higher ups. Also we had a lot of first time writers who really broke out of their shell. So I'm really grateful to all those people who decided to take a leap and start writing on election night, which is highly stressful, highly quickly paced writing. So
yeah,
I think my biggest takeaway kind of is just a more like logistical thing of just like how quickly these results came in. I don't think anybody was really expecting these results to come in as nearly as quickly as they did. With the fact that, I mean, it is 11:30 right now, and I think this is the earliest election night in the past few years that we've really had getting off super early. In the past, I mean, 64 seats for the Democrats in the House of Delegates getting called this early is just impressive, to be quite frank. But also the margins in which the governor's race was called, I mean, at around like 9:30.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody expected that coming into this. And I mean, saying that also writing my House of Delegates story that we just put up on the Collegian site, as I was writing it, they kept calling more races, and I had to edit that second graph of the story like 7 times to get the accurate last count of the seats, until eventually there was like 1 seat left, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna hit the publish button before anything else changes because it keeps moving so fast. And I think that speed of writing is super important, but also like I wasn't expecting it coming into election night, because usually there's a little more time to prepare for that. So
yeah, I think kind of like as you guys touched, it was a lot of our first time, so there's a lot of like lessons that we've learned throughout this process as well. And yeah, I guess this marks the end of the Collegian X Richmond Capital News Service live stream. We have Scott Valentine.
Come on,
If
Scott.
you'd like to come on in.
Scott.
If you'd like to come on in too.
No, you're not in the
You gotta come in this camera.
Closer,
There we go. All right.
Perfect.
Just scooch myself in. If there is even anyone left, take a screen grab. Wait, this is kind of cute. All right. Look at that camera. As I try and find the end button. All right.
Thank you
Thank you as well.